Eh? I'm not sure if I have or not. I can't remember. Yep. Yep. I might talk to you in a bit, Mag. No worries. Catch you later. Hello? No, it was not much. I was just in a party with Mag, not doing much. But I'm broadcasting. I think Jason's watching. I think. Cool. You know, sometimes Jace watches. I thought it was Jace. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. 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 Just brought someone else up to watch. Yeah. Um, yeah, I just got kicked out. I don't know if it's because I got the invite, but it kicked me out of the grand race. It's interesting, right? Yeah. So I accepted the invite. Last night I was sitting here hot, with the fan running, just chilling and half awake, trying to do grand races, and don't think that happened last night. Yeah. And then was waiting for you to select the race, and I don't know what happened with what you were doing. You should have sent me a party invite. Oh, I was just doing not much, chilling with Mag because he was not doing much either. I guess he gets bored. I don't know. He was on his hunter game. I'm still thinking about it. I don't know. It's been kicking him off, so I don't know. I'm going. Now, are you up for grand racing anytime you drop what now? Yeah. Yep. Sweet. Oh, somehow I got 9 votes on my car. Yeah. I thought I had 6 max, and then when I got on earlier, it was 9. I was like, ooh. I mean 8, and I added to it. Or when I went to vote earlier, whenever that was. Yeah, that summer I just done one of the tracks, but I hit everything. So 2 I've got to redo. One I done just before. I got a little bit better than you did. Yep. Did I get you? Oh, what were you in a crew yet? Oops. Um. Oops. I doubt it'll pull you into this. It's very doubtful. Yeah. You know what? I'm getting that Churchill bullshit. Yeah. That's right. I'll back out of it. That's no problem. I'll get another one in a second. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realise, but it says 400% boost on the. Yeah, I spun out before because I was like, but the money's not changing much unless you get first, second, or third. It doesn't give you that much. But sometimes it's been giving me heaps of coming last and things and new last. See, not saying that much, and it's only 8 players in it. Be aware, there's a lot just ramming into people. There's a lot just ramming into people. Just be aware. I've been copping it all day. Yeah. But just try not, just don't worry about them too much and you should be fine. They try, but the motherfuckers try. And they try and they try and they try. It's making fucking idiots. It's funny when you come to a corner. It's funny. I love it when they come to the corner and you've got these fucking idiots. You fucking dumb fucks. Oh, the Awakening edition. Yeah, I'll try that. I don't even know if I've got a tune for that. We'll check that after this. I don't even know how I got the Awakening edition. Got the Charger Awakening edition. I'll give that a crack. Now, I have noticed this one edition is with it going a bit better now anyway. grand race. It has had a bit of a performance boost. I can feel it. Yeah. Mm. Ah. Tiny what? Uh-uh. Oh. Oh, shit, get back on the road, you fucking stupid car. Oh well, that's what I get. I got the bloody building there anyway. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Not in here. Thank you very much. Thanks, straight in. Oh, I'm not doing good. Very good. Right here. was that car I was using this before? It was, yeah, Street Team 2, the Awakening Edition, Pro Settings. Aha, I do have some. Yeah, not much. It's changed a little bit. I was just checking the Pro settings on the Awakening Edition. All good. Yeah, I've got them. Yep. You got it. You gave them to me. You must have when I bought it. Sorry? What's that? Yeah. Yep. The same thing I can think of. That's all good. Um, ready for another one? Or about to change again? Let it change. Oh, that's new. Cool. I just noticed something on the tunnel. I googled them on my phone. There's a fighter type jet, but that's say artist type thing, Red Bull artwork on it. It's an actual yeah. And there's another one. I don't know what it's called. Oh, not really, not. I don't know. Racing Alpha Racing. Oh, and apparently if you don't own the motorbike and you buy the car, you can do it in the racing car, the Alpha and the racing car. Because Josh was doing it with me before. He was using. I'm like, what? Right, ready to kick off another one here? Waiting. Beautiful. 5, 6. All these jumps he forced to jump. On the road. Yeah, wait, I put them jumps on the road. On the road, yeah. And then you have so much fun then resets you. And then you have so much fun and then resets you back over into the cars. Okay. Oh, not again. Whoops. God, that was some mad air. It's fucking too much. Shit, stop moving the tracks. Like, fucking stupid corners. Oh, you fucking my god. Oh, what? Oh, what a fuck is it? I'll get on the motorbike. Um, otherwise in front of him and then, no, that motorbike, not you. When he stopped. Hey, did that come up that you got the 15% extra money, or did I? Did it come up, was scrubbed out? Yeah, because it was scrubbed out for me, the 15% extra for the crew bonus. You know, that's what I was talking about, the money. Supposed to be, yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that what you're gonna do? Oh, yeah. Hey? Uh-huh. Yep. Hey? Yep. Oh, okay. You've got that one. Yeah. That one? Pure red. Not, not, this, not over here, no. Yep, this one. Speed racing. Yep. Which one? Speed. Which one? Oh, is that the speed hog? No, the gold one. Speed racing. Oh, that one. Was that the aero tire? This one? It's on now. I don't know because it's slow in the video. Oh wow, it's that slow. Hey, I thought you had that one. Yeah, we smoke. I need more. Don't like. I've got the crimson gem, but I don't know. Yeah. I haven't got many good ones yet. I'll get some more. Yep. 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 Ah. The star one come from Route 2. Yep. I think I brought that one. The star. I was like, oh, it wasn't that great. Yeah. Yeah, it's different. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. The wolf was from CREW 2. This was that wolf, sorry. The wolf one. But I don't use it. I brought the mini from the last. I brought the colour and the livery thing from last car shows mini. We've got the colour and the flames and whatever they put on it, the lights, body kit. Not the rooftop or nothing. Like, yeah, no. They just gave me the basic of the cars. Like, oh, yeah, that's cool because we use the credits. It was on the let me think for a second. TikTok, let me think for a second. Custom show. Last week's winner. I just bought the mini, the color of the mini and the flames and the body kit. Yeah. 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 Oh, that's right. I know what I got the pants from the car when I bought it. The panther tire and the other one. But that'll do. Just that one will do. Anti-lag. Oh, you put the free dashboard thing on. Ready to race. Yeah, it says in the middle. When you put your thing on the your bubble head on. Yeah. 2 unique wheels that I got from the CREW. The first CREW, which was I'll go back to it. Yeah, this one. It's on there now. It'll say I've left on there for a sec because it's delayed the video. And then you got, I'm pretty sure that one. They're the two from the CREW original. Yeah. 11 and the other one was, I left it on there for a few seconds, 15. Yeah. And 11. Yeah. Yep. That's why I chose him. Around 6 minutes. Oh, yeah. Oops. Right. I'm not actually doing anything, I'm just sitting here, I'm just going to go like, come breakfast. I'm just going to go to the toilet and make a cup. we go. Yeah. From my noise, I just made a noise, or is that message? Who's fucking message? So, Oops. Real second. I just said I'd think I was sitting in that race, I might as well do it in the sun. Yeah. And I crashed again. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. See, I wasn't really trying that hard. Not so shabby. So, yeah, the mags. Oh wow. Ooh, you've got to improve on yours too. Shit, you hit too much. Look at mine's really bad on this one. This is right. I hit everything. Whoops. If I hit less, and I'll get a good time as well. Yep, yep. And was it this one? Yeah, this one. Yeah. Red Bull. But I'll use a disruption next time. I'll give it a crack. Yep, yep. And then I did alright on that other one, I think. No, not too bad. I'll do another run on that one as well. On Waikiki ring. And the first one, I reckon I could do better. Yeah. And Mag doesn't drive manual, he drives auto. Huh? I didn't even do that before. I went in it and backed out of it. How the hell did I even get a score? Maybe I did have a go. Can't remember. Yeah. More summit. I'm enjoying it. I mean, more grand race. More grand race when you're ready. When you're ready. Great. Yeah. All good. Yeah. Um, Main stage. Just want to give that a crack. No, not yet. The main stage legacy. No, not yet. I still need to buy that vehicle, that's right. The Crossbow GTX Hypercar. Yeah. Oh, that one. Apparently I don't own it. A couple more races and I'll buy it. And I'll still be able to film them. Yep, it is the KTM Crossbow GTX Hypercar. Can I test drive? I don't know, can I test drive something? Let me give it a quick. I'm gonna give it a quick test drive. Just 3 seconds. There it is. Oh. Yes. Oh. Yeah, what is it? I need to come up with the bikes. Oh, not. Gotta find it. There it is. That one. Yeah, so it needs parts on it. Jesus. But no. Come on, go. No, boom. There's a hypercar. That looking. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna worry about buying that one. Do you own that? Oh, sweet. See if you own it, you'll be able to do it, I think. You'll be able to kick it off and you'll be able to do it. Sweet. Awesome. Well, this is my car I have in TikTok custom show. Apparently this is a bit lighter than the Glow. It's a little bit lighter. No worries. Good. Let's just get some that when I go. Something to for the video. Cool. Something like I just done for the video without even realise I was doing. Just driving through somewhere and drove out onto the road. Good.
Speak to you soon, driver.
There's been time where I was working. There's been time where I was working 12 to 14-hour days, 7 days a week. You know, working 2 or 3 different jobs sometimes, just to pay for another hour of flying and another flying lesson. And yeah, it's been worth it.
Welcome back to Motorfest, the podcast. My name is Becky Evans, and this is a podcast brought to you by Red Bull and Ubisoft's iconic game, the CREW Motorfest. Now, in this podcast, this is where I get to talk to motorsport athletes about their passions, all things speed, wings, and wheels. And you know what the really cool thing is? You can actually listen to this podcast whilst you're playing the game. So grab one of your dream vehicles, jump in, strap in, because you're about to hear from the athletes that actually get to drive these in the real world. Let's get the show started. Now, today we've got a very, very special guest. We're going to be chatting to Luke Chipella. Luke is a multi-award-winning Red Bull Air Race winner, known for his precision, skill, and fearless flying. From winning the Challenger Cup to landing a plane on a helipad in Dubai, Luke is committed to pushing the boundaries of flying. Luke, we're delighted to have you here today.
Thanks for having me.
Now, I'm just going to jump straight into it. I am terrified of flying, so when I knew I was going to be chatting to you, I was thinking, this guy is going to have to tell me everything that gets him up in the morning and says, you know what, I'm going to do a loop in a plane.
You know, flying aerobatics gives you such a freedom. You know, it's not every day that you can fly aircraft upside down, or you can fly it in reverse, like at 60 kilometers per hour. All the G-forces that we experience, it's something that you cannot experience on the ground. That's why I'm so happy to share it with other people, give them the taste of the freedom that we get, and yeah, spread the joy of flying.
Now, I come from a drifting background, and I was around cars from a very, very young age, and it was actually my dad who sort of ignited that in me, because I remember seeing him playing with his race car in the garage. It was the same kind of for you, wasn't it? You went to an air show when you were a very small boy, and then that was it. You were hooked.
Yeah, absolutely. My spark ignited when I was 6 years old. My dad took me to the air show in Poland, and it's just been amazing. I was watching aerobatic display, and the aircraft was doing a tail slide. It's a figure where you go vertically up, and it seems like you're shutting down the engine, and the aircraft starts to slide back on its tail. And I saw it as a 6-year-old kid, and I was like, Dad, I'm gonna do it in the future. And you know, many 6-year-old kids have different dreams every week. Sometimes you want to be a policeman, the week after you want to be a fireman. But for me, it has never changed. I've been flying now for 26 years, and I still love it.
That's absolutely crazy that you just picked your direction and just stuck with it. I mean, your first flight lesson, you were 14 years old, and then by 16 you'd got your license. So there was definitely method in your madness. This was all moving towards where you are today.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I was so motivated. Like from this air show, I started playing with aircraft models, pre-flying models, and then I just went to the airport and I became what's known as a hangar rat. You know, cleaning the airplanes for everyone, and in exchange they would take me for a flight and usually let me fly the aircraft, give me the first lessons. By the time I went solo at 16, I was over the moon. It's been a lot of hard work, but so rewarding as well.
Luke, we were just saying to you just then, flying was always going to be what you were going to do.
What are you doing?
And I'm going to give you a question, which I almost feel like I know what the answer is already. If you could be a car, a plane, a boat, or a motorbike, which would you be and why?
Yeah, of course I'd go for a plane, but you know, this is what my life is all about. It's always been about flying. I have 13,500 hours in the air. That's like 4 years of my life, 10% of my life has been spent in the air. So yeah, I just want to be a better pilot with every flight I take.
I'd love to know more about the bullseye stunt. I mean, we saw and heard it at the beginning of the episode. Personally, for me, I remember seeing that, and I watched the video and I had a heart attack and was like, oh my God, obviously I know that this guy made this happen because everyone's celebrating it, but I couldn't cope with it.
I almost got a heart attack on the first one as well. It was incredibly difficult project that we did. Landing a plane is such a short distance. It's not something very unusual for this kind of aircraft, but landing the plane on a small helipad that is 600 feet in the air, 200 meters above sea level, that hasn't been done before, and it comes with a lot of difficulties. One of those difficulties is the shape of the building created very special wind vortices, like a little tornadoes coming off the building, hitting the helipad, and these tornadoes wanted to suck in my aircraft and throw it towards the building, and that's what happened on the first two attempts when the winds were quite strong. So usually if you try to land short, you want a lot of wind because the wind will assist you, but not on a helipad. On a helipad, the less wind we had was easier to fly with the plane. So yeah, all in all, it took me like 650 practice landings before I went for the actual landing on the helipad, and the first two attempts on the helipad on a windy day, they were not very successful, and then we had to reset and try again the day after, so that was quite challenging.
I feel like the stakes are quite high, especially when you're doing something like that as well. Not only are you on like the Red Bull world stage creating a moment in history, there's the practical element of it as well, of trying to land this thing on a really tall building.
Yeah, so for me, being the best pilot I can be, it's the most rewarding. I'm not doing any of this for fame or money or whatever. I'm just doing it to show that I'm good, and I always want to be the best I can be, and I think we proved with this project that was one of the toughest things I ever did with the plane, and now we can see how successful the project was. We have like way over 1 billion views on the videos all over the platforms. So.
That's brilliant. I mean, it's unbelievable. Now, for you guys that are listening at home, air sport, the sky is literally the limit with this. Aerobatics is a bit like acrobatics, except you're flying an aircraft. There's a lot of other things to consider, though, when you are flying. There's obviously safety, speed, weather. Luke, can you give us a rundown of like the 3 main things that you have to be watching out for when you attempt to do some aerobatics in the sky?
Yeah, I think first will be the weather. All our aircraft don't have very sophisticated instruments, so we have to fly what's known as VFR condition, visual flying rules. We always have to see the ground. We have to stay outside of the clouds, and the winds play a big factor. Then, of course, is the technical standard of the aircraft. We always try to make sure that the aircraft is airworthy. Having an engine failure approaching a helipad so close to the building or flying upside down 2 meters above the runway, yeah, it's an extreme sport. So second, for sure, would be the technical side, and I think the third, but as equal as the other two, would be, of course, pilot fitness, and we want to make sure I'm rested, I'm in a good physical condition. The G-forces is something that we fight with a lot. We fly from -8 Gs to +10. What it means, I can get up to 10 times heavier, like weighing 80 kilos. I have 800 kilos of force hitting my body. The blood is 10 times heavier, and it drains away from the brain, goes towards my legs. And you can faint and you can lose your consciousness, and that can be, of course, very dangerous when you're close to the ground flying at 400 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, that does sound pretty crazy. I've seen some of the videos, where people, when they put passengers in the plane. That's why I'm frightened, Luke, when you said if I can go in the plane. I'd be like, I'd pass out. I'd be rubbish. You'd be looking back, and I'd just be asleep in the back seat. Terrible. Luke, help us understand a little bit more about the specifics of your job. I mean, because what people need to know is obviously you compete in Red Bull Air Race as well, and that is a competition. So what are the skills and the awareness that you need to be able to do this?
Yeah, Red Bull Air Race was one of the best flying I ever had a chance to do. And, you know, you fly aircraft at 400 kilometers per hour between gates, which are only 15 meters apart. The entire track has like 6 kilometers length, and we fly it in under a minute sometimes, you know. Incredible speeds. The aircraft can roll 420 degrees per second. That's 0.8 seconds to make a full roll. You need to be incredibly precise and pretty good pilot in order to plan, not to stay behind the plane. Really good hand-to-eye coordination, I think, is a key factor, and as well as physical fitness, because, you know, we are so close to the ground, pulling high G forces. If you lose your concentration for a couple of seconds, this can be really bad for you.
Can you tell us, like, how you came from, it's quite a small place in Poland that you grew up in, to how you managed to take those steps to becoming the amazing pilot that you are today?
I think it's all about the motivation. You know, if you have a big goal set somewhere on the horizon, then you'll find a way to find the next step and next step. And it's all about those small steps that when you achieve them, they will keep you going. And, you know, I didn't have a very rich parents to support me. To start gliding, I was doing building jobs, renovating the hangar, helping out around the Euro Club when I was 19. I had to make some decisions about going to uni or maybe to the Air Force. The Air Force didn't recruit. I didn't have money for the uni. But I was so motivated, I applied for an all-pair program, and I became a babysitter at 19. I moved to UK, and when the kids were at school, I would just run to the airport and, you know, help with the aircraft maintenance there. That's how I got my private pilot license for powered aircraft. And yeah, I just kept going at it, and yeah, it was really, really good, giving me the motivation to go step by step.
What I was thinking to myself when I was listening to your story there, like, not everybody feels as comfortable as you would be flying a plane. I mean, much less racing or backflipping in one. What are your top 5 tips for anyone who wants to successfully fly a plane?
You need to love it. When I started flying, you can just imagine my disappointment. It's been my dream for many, many years, and I started flying. What I realized is that I'm getting motion sickness, and I was sick every single flight. But human body is so amazing, and it adapts. That after a couple of months, you know, I didn't have a problem with that. And yeah, there's been so many obstacles in my life that try to stop me from flying. But if you love it, you'll do anything to be good at it. And I'm thinking I'm a perfect example of someone going from zero to hero, just because of my incredible motivation and the drive to do things. And not a lot of like financial support or anything from anyone else.
It's hard to explain to somebody who, you know, when you want to do something so bad. I mean, I can only talk about drifting from my side, and it's like, you're like, I don't have the money to do this, but I know I'm going to make it happen, and I've got no choice really. I've got to put myself on the track, or in your case, put yourself in the air, and that's kind of it. And you sort of just make it happen. You just have to push and push and push. And everything, when you wake up every single day, if you have that one thought in mind, you're able to make it happen, I think.
Absolutely, and you know, it will drive you to find ways to do it, like you know, buy another set of tires or buy another hour of flying. There's been time where I was working 12 to 14-hour days, 7 days a week, you know, working 2 or 3 different jobs sometimes, just to pay for another hour of flying and another flying lesson. And yeah, it's been worth it.
Well, let's talk about the Carbon Cub UL. I mean, we've just obviously heard the noise of it. This is the plane that you used for the bullseye stunt, as well as the Edge 540, which is a single-seater and two-seater. These are the planes that you use for competition and day-to-day life. I'm feeling nosy. If I was to take a look inside these vehicles,
There's one that's up for grabs. I got jump off on the crew too.
I think for someone who's into
There's one that's up for grabs.
racing, drifting, or rallies,
On crew
I think the power-to-weight ratio is quite
on
impressive.
crew 2, yeah,
The
I'm on it
aircraft
right now.
that we landed on the helipad, it weighs 900 pounds, or for those of you in Europe, 400 kilos.
I'm on it right now.
It has 230 horsepower.
Yeah.
It's got a
It's just
nitrous
taking
in
its
it,
time to get to it.
like some of
Okay.
the racing cars, and with a flick of a switch, I can get my engine to get a 50 horsepower extra to go around.
Addition.
the aerobatic aircraft. I have a 10-liter engine which develops 350 horsepower in the aircraft that weighs
Is that the only one
just
that I
over
need in the Porsche, is it?
600
I think.
kilos, you know, so the
Don't
power
tell
to
me it
weight
is.
ratio, it's close to Bugatti Veyron, I would say. And that's what allows me to fly the aircraft vertically
Wasp
up and
edition.
achieve 400 kilometers per hour in the race aircraft, or thanks to a massive big wing, I can fly as slowly as 50 kilometers per hour in the carbon caps. Yeah, out of those two, it's really hard to say which one is my favorite, but yeah, those two are extremely different and opposite to each other. One was made to go fast, the other one was like a rock crawler, slow going, and yeah, but I love them both. It's like choosing your favorite child.
So it's only that one and that one, is it?
Sort of refining and modifying these planes to keep up with the demands of the sport. I mean, I know we're always putting, you know, different superchargers or turbochargers on cars to make it faster. Like our sport is constantly evolving, so there's always modifications that you need to do in order to keep them up to spec. Is it the same for planes?
We'd love to modify them. It's not so easy to modify the aircraft because there's a lot more regulations that you have to comply with. The carbon cap that I used for Dubai, this one has been quite heavily modified from the original. Like we removed the fuel tanks, which are usually situated in the wings, when we put them in the back of the plane to have the center of gravity as low and as far back. That would give me better braking. We designed a carbon fiber belly cover that would protect the aircraft in case I strike the edge of the helipad with my tail. It was like a big bumper, and of course we had nitrous in it. And I felt like Fast and Furious.
That's proper, having nitrous in a plane. I've never even heard that. Do you have to keep the gas bottle up there as well? Like, that's quite heavy.
Yeah, but the bottle was also in the bag. That was further enhancement to the center of gravity. So.
Well, speaking of nitrous and cars and everything involved in that, you once raced your plane against Ben Collins in an F1 car. Can you tell us how this came about and who won the race? Was it the plane or the car?
Yeah, so we raced the BMW Sauber against my Edge 540 at one of the air shows in Poland. Stig was the driver, and I have to say I'm very proud that I really kicked his ass.
Perfect, love it.
After 2 laps, I had to go at idle to try to make it look like we finished close, but yeah, I won it, and I won it with a big margin.
Are there any other memorable stunts that we should know about, and how do these help you become a better competitor? I mean, we've all seen the bullseye stunt because that was just unbelievable, but is there any other ones that sort of stick out in your mind as that was a good day at work?
Yeah, for sure. I think my first big project with Red Bull was flying under the bridges in Warsaw. Me and the Czech pilot Martin Sonka, we flew under 3 bridges in Poland trying to paint a Polish flag on the Polish National Flag Day. And then I landed on the historic wooden pier in Sopot in one of the Polish famous cities. And that was the project that gave me idea for the bullseye landing later. I also had some fun flying with some of our skydivers. Game over with Maja Kuczynska, where I was chasing a skydiver with my plane, flying around her.
Is it?
Yeah, another day at work,
It's another day in the office.
And I have to say it's the best office view you can get, even when I fly the big commercial plane.
We're going to talk about dream vehicles right now. Everybody's got a dream vehicle. Today is your lucky day, Luke. You've been given a ticket to test fly any type of aircraft that your heart desires. Which model would you choose, and where would you take it?
I would go for a classic. Like for a lot of car lovers, they would go for a 1960s Mustang or a Bullitt Charger. I would go for a Mustang as well. But it's a P-51 Mustang. It's an American-built fighter from the Second World War, and the aircraft is absolutely incredible. It's fast, it looks very good. For those of you who watched the latest Top Gun movie with Tom Cruise, that's the plane, the silver plane that he was cleaning in his hangar, and I know he's got one, and I hope that's a plane that I will fly one day.
I feel like an old Mustang like that would sound
bad
absolutely
question. Added
unbelievable.
one
Like when I
more
think of
in
like
there.
vintage
Yay.
cars, what I love about it is the smell, is the sound, you know, these sort of big displacement engines with straight through exhaust. Are we talking the same language here?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, it's a V12 engine.
Wow.
I don't know the capacity from my head, but that must be like 20 something liters capacity there. You're operating at 1,000 horsepower plus, and straight out exhaust. When it starts up, you can see the flames coming out of the exhaust manifold, and the sound is absolutely incredible.
Aside from planes, what are some of the other memorable vehicles that you've tried or seen or even thought, you know what, I really want one of those?
You're saying it a boost rate. I'll stop
I know,
you
that's
for
such a hard question. It's just like, I don't know, Becky, like there's like 50 that I've seen over the years.
I love being, I'm a very competitive
I saw
person,
something,
so whatever you
like,
put
what the
me in,
fuck's that?
I'll do my best to win it.
Started to turn around.
Go-karts, don't get me even started in go-karts, because I'll be right there running into everyone just to win the race. And yeah, I think I'd love to be a race car driver.
Yes.
Like, you know, compete with in racing cars, and Formula One would be fun to drive.
That is cool.
I would love to drive one of those, and yeah, I'd go for Formula One.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I love the fact that we're actually really similar in a sense that car people and aeroplane people still like the old stuff. We're like the new, all carbon, super slick. Like that's great, but where our heart really lies is in the old school, in the big V12, V60s, V10. Like that's me. V8s, V10s, all of the old school stuff. So I'm delighted that there is that crossover between different sports, but the same feeling, right?
Absolutely. You know, the sound of the old V8s, V12s makes you so sentimental. I don't know. It makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up when I hear one of those.
Do you know, sometimes they would do like an air show where I think it was the old school bombers that would come, like the Spitfires, would come down over the drag racing track when I was a kid. So I grew up around drag racing, and the planes would come over the track. I actually got emotional. I'm not quite sure why. When you see big planes like that when they're flying, and like the noise and the feeling in your chest, it makes you emotional. I'm not entirely sure why, and that's from somebody who's like a casual consumer of airplanes.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and I think that's why they still fly. It's thanks to people like us who love them and who love the sound of them, and will go and pay for the ticket to the airshow to see them. That's what keeps them flying, and you know they are 1940s, 1950s aircraft, and there's still quite a few of them maintained by very passionate people for everyone else to enjoy, and we've got to be really thankful for that and hope they will fly another 70 years.
Right, I'm going to jump into some rapid fire questions with you, Luke, and I want you to say the first thing that comes to your mind, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, flying by day versus flying by night.
Day.
Favorite weather conditions?
That's my Iron Man team. When did I get that? I don't know.
Takeoff or landing?
Take them.
Do you sometimes talk to your planes?
Oh yeah, always. After each flight, of course the small planes. I don't go to the Airbus too much, but after each flight in the air or the carbon cap, when I put it back in the hangar, I will go and stroke it and thank it for a nice flight. And yeah, it's a very personal relationship that I have with all three planes I have.
I love that. In terms of runways, which do you prefer and why? Concrete, asphalt, grass, or sand?
Last week was first time I landed on sand in Huntington Beach, and that was a lot of fun to land on the beach.
That's a cool little car. It's an Alpha.
It's pretty cool because
you know, for the
racer on the small wheels, it's the smoothest, and yeah, it doesn't hurt the plane a lot.
Favorite music tracks or artists that you like to listen to while you're training, competing, and chilling?
I think Korn for the hardcore stuff, like
training.
I didn't even know I had it.
Yeah, some old heavy metal, but for chilling, sometimes I do like to listen classical music.
Thank you so much for joining me today, Luke. Do you know what? It's been a real insight. I've never spoken to a pilot before, and I feel like you've put my fear of flying a little bit to rest there. It's amazing that you've got such a passion for old vehicles. You know, I think whatever sport you're in, you always look to what was, which is what creates what is. And I love that we can connect on that. So thank you so much for joining me.
A pleasure. And you need to take me up on the offer of fly together. So I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Okay, do you know what? We'll do that. I'll come and fly with you, and I'll take you out in my S15. She's a great girl. But we'll 4 wheels on the ground for me, and we'll be 4 wheels in the air for you.
That's a deal.
That's it for today's episode of Motorfest, the podcast. I'm Becky Evans. You can find me on all podcast platforms, but you can also just check out YouTube. Just type in my name and you'll find me. So make sure that you get yourself on the game, the CREW Motorfest from Ubisoft, and we'll see you guys on the next episode super soon.
400k for first place. I should have customized it before. I use my RB20, RB20, and this one I use. Try the packet for it again. Hey, for guess what Magnus told me before. Apparently the tracks on this game were made by Forza, people who make Forza, and all the cars handling performance was it? I think something by Forza or something, and the tracks were test drive, are all test drive, apparently. Well, test drive track. Yeah. Apparently all Ubisoft are done with the graphics, apparently. But he's already pre-ordered the big best edition. I don't know if I'm gonna go that far. He's still getting pre-ordered the normal edition. So, yeah. Yeah. I'm in last place. There's only 13 of us. I'm in last place. Interesting.
I've never owned a V12. I'd say my dream car now is a Ferrari F12 TDX. It is an NAV12, but it's front engine. But I think they're unbelievable, death trap, savage looking things, and I'd love to drive one or own one.
Beautiful. I would go for 812 Competizione just simply because that is the most aggressive looking Ferrari in the world. I just think it's so sick. I'll probably get hung, drawn, and quartered for saying this. I actually prefer it over the TDF. I prefer the 812, so sorry. What's happening, guys? My name is Becky Evans, and welcome to Motorfest, the podcast, brought to you by Red Bull and Ubisoft's iconic game, the CREW Motorfest. This is the podcast where I get to chat with some of the world's leading motorsport athletes and delve into their passions for all things speed, wings, and wheels. And the really cool thing is, you can actually listen into this podcast whilst you're playing the game. Today on the show, I'm going to be talking to talented mountain biker and YouTuber Matt Jones. He describes himself as a master of all trades and proud philosopher. A quick look at his YouTube, which is 900,000 subscribers strong, gives us an idea of how passionate and dedicated he is about his job, his career as a pro mountain bike rider, and of course his famous love for all things automobiles. He has got quite the incredible garage, and we're going to find out exactly what's hiding in there. Let's start the show. Matt, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on Motorfest, the podcast. How are you?
Yeah, good. What a time, eh? Yeah, buzzing to be on this. Thank you.
We're going to jump straight into the questions today, which is one question I ask all of my guests. If you could be a car, a plane, a boat, or a bike, with or without a motor,
You could be a car, a plane, a boat.
I wouldn't be a plane. It's freezing up there.
By the way, the question on the podcast. On the podcast.
They just live in the back of a van. I think I'd be a boat. It looks pretty chill and you just waft around, don't you?
It's a fucking stupid question. You can't be a car, a boat, or a plane, or a bike because they're not within fucking tune, you fucking idiot.
On this podcast, you're like, it'll be a plane. It's cold up there. Some people are like, yeah, the freedom of it, the tranquility. You're like, nah, it's a bit cold. He's a true Midlander. I always ask that question to my guests because we're trying to see how this choice reflects personality. And for you, I feel like it's very matter of fact. You're very straight to the point, and it kind of, I think the fact that you wanted to be an engineer in a past life before you came to slopestyle riding, it explains a lot, don't you think?
Yeah, that was my plan. I didn't realise mountain biking was a career. I just loved doing it. So I had a spot at university to do mechanical engineering. That was my interest. I'm quite like maths, physics, and I guess like you said, maybe a bit black and white personality, but yeah, I've probably become a little bit more colourful over the years. But yeah, definitely back then I was just interested in numbers.
Well, let's talk about your discipline itself. So slopestyle riding, break it down for me, for somebody, because I've always been things with motors, and this is completely self-pedaled, self-propelled. So talk me through slopestyle riding.
Yeah, you're right. No motors. I didn't know motors for a long time. It's a gravity sport, right? So you build up a load of speed, ride down and roll in, and you hit jumps. You have to do tricks in the air, as complex and creative as you can think of, link them together on a series of jumps, because in slopestyle competitions, they build like a full course down a mountain or through the streets of a city. You do as many bangers as you can in a row, land them all perfectly, and that's how you're judged. So it's a creative, independent sport. It's not a race. You're not really competing against anyone, kind of just against yourself. And then at the end of the day, there's like a leaderboard of who did what.
So how did you get to the point where you were like, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to ride really fast off this thing and try and do something crazy in the air with it. Like, how'd you get to that point?
I think incrementally, that wasn't my desire at all. Although we were chatting earlier, weren't we? I've got a son, a 20-month-old boy who can't even speak yet, but he's super driven to climb onto things and jump off now. That's all he wants to do. Like, he stands at the top of the stairs with a balance bike shouting down the stairs. So as much as it's like people say, oh, I wasn't really like that, I didn't plan to be like that, I can see that is a personality and a trait that people have now. So maybe I was always that way inclined, but it took me to discover mountain biking, which luckily there were some jumps in the local woods near my house, so that was a box tick. Have a mountain bike, got one from Halfords with my twin brother on our birthday, and then, you know, you do just ride off things and see what happens.
let's get into the nitty-gritty about your bike right now. So let's talk about the wheels, any fancy features, some DIY mods you've got on there, and the day-to-day maintenance for people that are listening to this, and build up a vision of what your bike looks like to them.
So a slopestyle bike is really basic. It's so much more basic than downhill bikes, cross-country bikes, the kind of shiny things that people imagine. It honestly has one brake, no rear suspension, just 100mm of front suspension, 26-inch wheels. It's kind of a big BMX because you crash all the time, you bail, they need to be really light. Like mine weighs just under 10 kilos, which is really light for a mountain bike. It's got no gears, so it is really a big BMX. We don't really use carbon fibre much because when you throw your bike at a tree or something, it can get damaged and you don't know about it. So it's mostly titanium or aluminium. It's a really simple setup. It's essentially built for doing big tricks. Like I have to run a really, really long brake hose so you can wrap it around the handlebars so many times because we do bar spins, tail whips, which unwinds it. And then I do like little bodges, like put a bit of rubber inner tube inside my bottom bracket, which is like between the crank arms. That's to stop your pedals spinning when you're in the air, because you do so many tricks without your feet on the pedals. It all needs to stay exactly where it is. And then people invented these super, super lightweight latex inner tubes, because when your wheels are spinning, their mass is worth 3 times what it is when it's static. So when you spin a bike round that's in motion, like the gyroscopic forces and things behave really differently. So it's really important to save weight in your wheels and in the tyres. So a lot of people are kind of pushing you around with what they're doing there with inner tube tyres, rims. Yeah, there's a lot of thought goes into it.
So let's talk about the system of the judging and the points, because am I right in saying that this is a subjective sport, so it's down to the judges feeling how many points that they can award each trick, and then it's a cumulative points at the end which gives you who wins?
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly how it works.
Yeah. Oh, smack it. Good start. Stick it in. Okay. Awesome. Good. Yeah, be careful with that red one. Yeah. I got unlocked in. I was, but then I was on. So good. You just live by a good. Good thing.
Back to our podcast. You who wins?
Yeah, 100%. That's exactly
Yeah,
how it
it's
works.
good to say it
To like the
too.
layman, I always compare it to high
Yeah.
diving. You've got this thing you want to do off a jump, and you have to execute it perfectly, and that's easy to see because it's kind of the size of the splash, right? For us, it's honestly down to how your feet are positioned on the pedals when you land, like not really bending your arms and legs, making it look graceful, going really high. But really what you're judged on is the difficulty of your tricks and how gnarly and how risky they are. So a double backflip is always going to score more than just like a bar spin where you spin the handlebars round. And I think the runs that get the biggest cheer from the crowd will often also get the biggest, score from the judges. It is a very emotive sport because you just want to see people take massive risks and almost kill themselves.
So I feel like, in a way, it's slightly similar to drifting because obviously that's subjective. We have 3 judges and they're judging you on your speed, your style, your line, and your angle. So I can see kind of how these 2 things could be connected with the style of judging that you have in slopestyle riding. Now, do you find that the judge is very critical of your errors, which can sometimes deter people from trying maybe like a bigger trick?
Yeah, that's interesting what you said about drifting. I didn't know how that was done. So we've also got categories like trick difficulty, amplitude, smoothness, cleanliness. So it's kind of broken down in the same way as drifting. But I always think when you start a run, you've got 100, right? 100%. And they're looking at ways of knocking you down rather than building up from 0. So it's super critical. The judges are kind of looking for what you've done wrong, not what you've done right. And that's very frustrating as a rider or an athlete because you're like, come on, I did all of these things. And they're like, but you slipped a pedal on the last jump. And it's probably the same in your sport, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you start at 100 when you do a run, and basically depending on how far your rear wheels are into the clipping zone, whether they're on the edge, in the middle, or right at the painted line, they will deduct you points as you go along. So you start with 100, same thing, you start with 100, and then they're being super duper critical. And as I say, as a driver, sometimes you feel like saying, you go and do it.
Yeah.
You have a go. It's super difficult. I wasn't sure that my rear wheels at 45, 50 miles an hour were not quite on the painted line at the back there. So, yeah, I always find that there's 2 ways of playing the game. And is it the same in your sport? You can either be super clean and you can just really be analytical with what jumps and what tricks you're going to take to make sure that you keep those points moving, or you go for the big one. No risk, no reward.
Yeah, there's so many similarities. It's the same thing. You do get the people that are analytical and kind of almost conservative with the tricks they bring to the table, but they nail them every single time. And those people like stay on tour for years. And then you get these kind of these mad dogs that come and go, that are balls to the wall. They might try a trick that's never been done. 9 times out of 10, they fail. But on like the epic day when it all comes together, they that's the best feeling when you see someone just rise up through the ranks and do that. I'm sure it's the same in drifting, right? You just get this never heard of driver that just rocks up, smashes everyone, and then they're gone within 12 months. You're like, do you remember that person?
No, definitely. And do you have any tricks that are sort of only done by you, or is there something that you're particularly proud of that you did in a competition that all of the other competitors right, I'm just going to go home then?
I was the first person to do a 720 no-hander in a competition. That was in Switzerland. I won that one, which was really cool. And then quite quickly you see other people doing it. Like 3 months pass, people have seen you do it. That's the inspiration phase out the window. They've seen it, that it works. And then you go to another competition, I'm thinking, I'm just going to bust one of those out and I'll win again. And then 2 other people are doing it. And then everyone's doing it. So you have to be like quite far ahead to bring something to competition for the first time. So that was really cool. That was a few years ago. I was the first to do a backflip Superman to no-hander. And then with Red Bull, I kind of turned a corner away from competition. So my career very much diverted away from comps and into YouTube, content creation, projects. And that was an even bigger opportunity to get creative and start building my own courses to try tricks that no one's done before. I did like a running gainer off of this drop where I held the bike and did a running backflip, got on it upside down and landed. That was quite cool. And we made a whole, video series about the process of learning that. So yeah.
I mean, we've got to talk about that. What I like watching are your videos on Instagram, where it's that pursuit of perfection is in repetition. So I'm watching you try the trick, and it's like, again, and it just gets a little bit better each time. Like, how many times do you think you have to repeat a trick until you get it bang on and you get that perfect shot for social?
Anywhere from 2 to 350 was the most I've ever done of something, and that was over weeks. It was a sort of trick where I did post this on Instagram, so if people want to find this on my Instagram. We built 2 logs out of the ground. I did a backflip, took my feet off the pedals on the bike in the air, landed both feet on these separate upright logs, like pillars, swung the bike out in front of me, and then whipped it back down and used that momentum to then go into a front flip off of them, took my feet back on the pedals and landed. So it was like a really cool trick. I could only do 5 to 10 of them a day because it hurt so much to crash. So 35 lots of 10 attempts. It was weeks. Got that one done. I'll never do that again.
And is that it? Once you complete a trick and it's got a particular level of difficulty, you've got the clip of it happening, you're like, right, sound. I've done it.
It's like, it's a sense of triumph, but also the biggest sense of relief. It's like, if anyone wants to try that, good luck to you. I'm not bothering them. Yeah.
Good luck to you out there.
Yeah.
Give it a go.
I mean, it's the same in motorsport, right? If you want to do something really intricate and epic, the risk of getting it wrong is in tiny rear end or something like that. So, yeah, how many trips and epic ideas have been aborted because of, like, you hit something by 5 mil? Surely loads.
Speak to you soon, driver.
Let's talk about some of the tricks that you've done whilst you're actually at home, which is where you are right now, actually. And in your backyard, if you haven't already, guys, checked out on YouTube, Matt, during COVID, started to build an insane compound, which I actually remember when this YouTube build started, and I couldn't believe, like, how quickly it caught fire. Like, that was a real moment for your career on YouTube, and how you managed to actually blend slopestyle riding and creating content and changed how everything is for you now.
Yeah, it was a mad time. I just moved into a house that had an acre of land, and everyone had to stay at home. And I went outside, put a shovel in the ground, and the dirt was pretty good. Like, I've built jumps my whole life, and I realised, like, this is good enough dirt to build good jumps, which already was a massive opportunity. If it was gravel or something, and then just got to work, just with a shovel, stacking up takeoffs, landings. Posted a first YouTube video of it, and people loved it. I think I captured this kind of build in your garden thing, build your dream setup, whatever that may be, and people really loved it, more than I imagined. And then I was fueled to carry on, and literally dug dusk till dawn for 100 days. I remember realising it had got to 100 days. That was like the fork in the road where I realised that's actually what I want to do. I want to build jumps, get creative, and make videos about it, telling that story. And then 2 years ago, I moved to a farm where I am now, and I've got more land and more space, and I've got a pit bike track, dirt jumps, and this year built a jump sort of almost over my whole house. So that's absolutely what drives me, is building things, to be honest, and it just so happens that I ride bikes, so it's like the coming together of everything.
I'd say that's probably the biggest trick that I've seen you do at your house, period, right? The one where you jump literally over your house.
Yeah, it's like, that's a childhood dream. When I looked round it for the first time, I realised the driveway lines up with the house, and you could put a takeoff up against this flat roof, and that the pitch roof, there's a chimney almost in the way. I was already looking at it, and then months later, actually bought it, moved here, and I knew that was on the list.
So that was pre you even buying the place. You were eyeing up this setup, like, I know I could jump there.
Yeah, 1,000,000%. I don't keep livestock or cows or pigs. I've bought a farm to just transform it into a mountain biker's paradise. I built a skate park in one of the barns, which I'm really proud of. Like, big indoor skate park for the winter. It's like, honestly, the childhood dream, to be honest. No neighbours and build stuff.
Do you feel that your background and your interest in engineering has helped you throughout your career in being able to mathematically make the jumps? Because it's all down to physics, right? When you're doing a trick over a jump, you need the right angle of attack in order to get the right length of flight. And that's how I'm guessing it seems to me, and engineering goes hand in hand with that.
It is, completely. I'd love to say that everything can be analysed to the point that you don't make mistakes, but it's not. And I'd also love to say that I just send it and it happens first go, but it doesn't. But somewhere in the middle, you can absolutely reduce or mitigate risk by, figuring out how fast you might have to go to land in the ballpark of where the landing is, or what angle if you take off. All of those things can be calculated, and I've sort of moved away from calculating now, and I've done it enough times that I kind of know what shape ramp to put somewhere to land somewhere else, and what that speed feels like. I don't use a speed gun anymore. I don't know, you just get a feel for it.
So let's talk about cars, actually, because I know that you are a massive car fan, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, completely. I wasn't as a kid, but yeah, I'm so into it now. I can't actually believe I'm on a podcast talking about cars. That's like bizarre to me.
No, it's...
For someone with a background in customization, this rival adapted well to street racing. She has a very cute cat, too.
I mean, you're a self-described petrolhead, and like one of your YouTube videos was that I sold my Lamborghini and bought this insane car. You've had C63, you've had Porsche GT3, Hurricane Performante, McLaren 600 LT. You've had a few cars during your career.
Yeah, I've been super lucky, like so lucky. The C63 was always the dream car. I think, like I bought that when I was 20, just almost 21. For the first 3 years I drove a Fiat Stilo. The rear seats reclined, it had a massive fuel tank. And then I kind of started making a bit of money and looking on YouTube and looking on, Auto Trader at different cars. And it's so fascinating how once upon a time you're looking at a certain bit like category of car, and then you just move the goalposts.
Yeah.
I started off with like Audi S3s and things that were 8 to 10 grand, and I bought a BMW 330D Touring, which was perfect to put bikes on the back. And then I realised that Mercedes made the C63 Estate, and it had 457 horsepower, like the not entry level, but the normal one, and a 6.2 litre V8. And I spent months watching videos of people driving them around London with straight through exhaust and just thinking I want to be that idiot. And eventually bought one. So I had enough money to buy a second-hand one. It was the coolest thing ever. And everyone used to shout "Daddy" stuff at me when I drove around because of noisy. So I was so proud, but I guess it did look like one.
Can you pick a favourite and can you pick one which you feel is like the most overrated out of all the cars you've owned?
The C63 is my favourite because it was
Yeah.
my dream car, and I did that, and I was proud. I think it's tight. The Lambo I loved. I absolutely loved the theatre of it, the noise of a like NAV10, the power, the fact that it was four-wheel drive but kind of like was rear-wheel biased. But now I've sold the McLaren, and in the last few months bought a Ferrari 360 Challenge Stradale, which that's my favourite by far. It's 20 years old now, but it's so raw. It was the first kind of special. I think it was the first time they took a stock production Ferrari and made a real special version of it. Like Challenge Stradale means race car for the road.
Yeah.
And I'm really proud of that. And they're quite rare. I think they made less of those than the Ferrari F40.
That's a very different type of car. That's an emotive car. That is when you're looking for that emotion between yourself and the wheel. It's not a car that you can just get in and think about anything else when you're driving it, because the driving experience is your entire thought process. Because you need to hang on to it.
That's exactly why I love it. I'm going to keep it forever if I can. It's not got a radio. It got spec like outfeed without a radio. It's just so raw.
Yeah.
And I took it to Wales 2 weeks ago and drove like proper Welsh roads, which I've never done actually. I've always just driven cars around my hometown, and that felt amazing. I think what I love about driving, which is exactly the same as biking, is I know this sounds really obvious, but it takes both hands, both feet, and all of your focus and vision, and you have to listen, and you have to look. And I don't like find any distractions creeping in, whereas everything else I do in life, I'll pull my phone out of my pocket, or I'll turn to speak to someone, or end up doing the thing I didn't set out to do. But when you get in a car like that and you've got an hour drive ahead of you, it's like, it's all consuming. And that's where I fell in love with that.
I totally relate. My old 930 Turbo, I mean, it's only a 4-speed, 3.3 litre straight through exhaust. Like, there is nothing else you can concentrate on. There's no radio in it either, like in your Ferrari. It's all about the driving experience, and it's so visceral. It's the sound, it's the smell, it's relaxation for your brain, because there's nothing else to think about other than exactly what's happening right there and then. It's being present and being able to drive as well. It's like therapy. I would say it's like my very own type of therapy.
I'd love to drive a car like that. I remember seeing you bought that and was jealous. I've only had one turbocharged car, which was the McLaren. I've had two C63s, GT3, Hurricane Performante, and now this Ferrari, have all been naturally aspirated. And I didn't love the turbos in the 600 LT. and because it was my first time, and I think I'm like almost scared of boost. Whereas there's people, probably like you, that are addicted to that. But I prefer NA cars. I don't think I always will.
I think it's a personal choice. I think the turbo, I got that car not simply because it was a turbo car. It's just that was the Widowmaker, like that model with the wide arches and the whale tail. It was that's what 80s excess was all about. That car has such a story attached to it. And obviously, like the drift car is turbo as well. But when you drive an NA drift car versus a turbo drift car, I actually would prefer an NA, even though the turbo you get more power, you get more bang for your buck, I'd say. But it is sometimes more fun to have that immediate power other than having to wait and anticipate, which you do with turbo, obviously.
Yeah, I think proper petrol heads would condemn me for saying I don't like turbos, but
no, it's personal choice. It's absolutely personal choice, and that's what we're all about. So, with the amount of amazing vehicles that you've owned and still own, so what would be your ultimate dream machine? It can be a car, bike, plane. And what would that look like? I'm talking the color, the sound, the smell, the customizations. Is there something that you're like, you know what, that's exactly what I need?
It's really interesting that you threw in there boats and planes, because everyone just talks about dream cars, right? I would love to own one of those wake boats where you can wake surf behind it with all your mates, you know, drinking beers on the back and wake surfing. That just looks like too good to be true, having one of those. But car-wise, I've never owned a V12. I'd say my dream car now is a Ferrari F12 TDF, which is a NA V12, but it's front engine. But I think they're unbelievable, death trap, savage looking things, and I'd love to drive one or own one.
Beautiful, beautiful. I'd go for 812 Competizione, just simply because that is the most aggressive looking Ferrari in the world. I just think it's so sick. I'll probably get hung, drawn, and quarter for saying this. I actually prefer it over the TDF. I prefer the 812, so... Sorry, I do, yeah. I just think like the specs that you can get on them and how aggressive all of the rear shape is and like the lights, it's the one. Talk to me about the next thing that you're looking forward to. Are you building any crazy new jumps and exciting new locations and filming them for your YouTube channel? Because I know you're always trying to push the boundary with Red Bull to create something new. So what, if you can tell us, is on the agenda?
I want to build a jump the whole way over my house. In the video I did, we kind of like landed on the back side of the roof. I think it's possible to go fast enough down the drive to do the whole thing, but then we'd be in the realms of like an 100-foot jump, which is really pushing the limits. But that's on the list for next year. And just do, honestly, more projects around the farm. I want to build a pump track, and yeah, we're planning a project with Red Bull, which might take me to Sweden to do some stuff. So yeah, lots on the list.
Awesome. Right, we're going to have a bit of a fun quiz. It's rapid fire. You've got to tell me which answer comes to your mind first. I'm going to give you some options, and then I just want your immediate thought process, okay? Which one that you're going to pick. So, riding in extreme cold or extreme heat?
Cold.
Riding by day or riding by night?
Day.
Do you sometimes talk to your bikes or your vehicles?
No, no, absolutely not. They're inanimate.
Baffled. I talk to my car all the time. When was the last time you received a speeding ticket?
Like 3 years ago in my van. I've never had a speeding ticket in a fast car. I've only ever in my van.
It's always the one that you're not expecting. Favourite surfaces? Dirt, loose gravel, mud or rocks? Why?
Dirt, because it's just epic for everything. Off-road, yeah. It's like rally, mountain biking, motocross. Yeah, they all live on dirt.
What are your favourite music tracks to listen to on the bike or in the car whilst training, competing and chilling?
Drum and bass at the minute. I listen to like hour, 2 hour mixes and listen to them over and over again. I'm obsessed with it. Yeah. It's just relentless,
Awesome.
Doesn't end.
So Matt, we can absolutely tell that you're a creative and you're an inventive person. You wanted to go into engineering first, but then slopestyle riding found you, and thank goodness it did. But if today you were forced to choose a different sport, what would you choose and why?
I think surfing is so different to what I know and what I do, and I suck at it. That's kind of what fuels me to want to do it more. But the lifestyle looks insane. Just hang out at the beach and get in the water and rip. Why? Who wouldn't want to do that as opposed to anything else?
Matt, thank you so much for joining me today on the podcast. I feel like I've learned a lot about you. I've been watching your content for a good couple of years, and I can see that you're the type of person that really takes on a challenge, figures it out, and I think the beauty in it for you is achieving it. and just being able to take it from your brain and put it into real life. And I quite like the fact that you're quite matter of fact about it. It's not all sunshines and rainbows. It's like, can I jump it? Yes, I can.
I think you've nailed, that's my autobiography written. Thank you.
So I'm Becky Evans, and you can find the podcast on all audio platforms. Make sure you do check it out, and you can binge the whole of the series. You can find me on YouTube. Just type in my name, Becky, with a Y, and you can catch us there. Make sure you stay tuned for the next episode, and we'll see you guys very soon.
I started Drift Masters with 620 natural aspirated horsepower, and in Riga I was clutch kicking in 5th gear.
Yeah, I remember the same. I was the same as well. Yeah,
like coming around the turn. Wow! Wow!
What's happening, guys? I'm Becky Evans, and welcome to Motorfest, the podcast, brought to you by Red Bull and the iconic Ubisoft game, the CREW Motorfest. This is a podcast where I get to talk to the top motorsport athletes in the world about their passions of all things speed, wings, and wheels. And if you didn't already know, you can actually listen to this podcast whilst you're playing the game. So sit back, relax, and listen to the athletes that get to drive them in the real world. Let's go. Now, that isn't the sound of my SR22 there, but it is the noise of the BMW M4 that you get to play in the game. And I've got with me today two guests on my podcast that have driven it in real life. So Elias Hutunji and Connor Shanahan, welcome to Motorfest, the podcast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, this is a car, the BMW M4, that, Ellie, you know extremely well. You've been there since the beginning, development stage.
Yes, like this is probably one of our biggest projects that we've done so far as a team. We teamed up with BMW M, and we actually got 2 pre-production cars before they were out on sale, and we transformed them to 1,000 horsepower drift machines. And this is, until this day, it's a dream come true for me.
So I'm going to throw it back here, Ellie, to the first time that I actually met you. I had no idea about drifting. I'd just come off the back of making a TV show with Red Bull. And in 2018, I came to Mondello Park, which is the House of Drift in Ireland. And you were the first person to actually put me in a competition car, allow me to start it, and then actually pull the sequential lever, which, you know, moving forward today, I have one of those in my car because I was like, that feels absolutely sick doing that.
Yeah, this was the good old trusty E30 with the big V8 inside. I really love that car. And you might remember that actually the steering wheel was a little bit off center, a little bit crooked. And when I was sitting inside, I actually had to sit like this because the roll cage was a little bit too close to my helmet. But the thing is, like, when we built the car, I felt it like, and I was like, oh, that doesn't feel right. 3 minutes in the car, gone. Next time in the car, I couldn't even realize that it was crooked, but the car is so much fun. And as you said, like, just feeling like when you press the clutch and put the first gear and you hear this clonk, you can already feel like, okay, this is business. This is serious business now.
I'm telling you guys, no feeling will ever be like when you sit into one of these cars and you clank it into first gear for the first time.
Then find out I can't get into the
car
cabinet. Check if they got me at the back. My bottle's at the back.
You look totally different. You were 15 years old when I first met you.
When you're getting cabinet open,
like, you've been in this game
next
a
week
long time, but also not on this planet a long time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I joined the journey at quite a young age, but it's been an incredible journey. I've enjoyed every single moment of it. You know, meeting guys like you, you know, during the career is probably the most important part of drifting. Is, you know, creating memories, doing cool things with everybody. And I think, you know, you can agree. You came in 2018 for your first drift event, but now, you know, the presenter of Drift Masters, it's quite, you know, crazy how fast stuff can change in this sport. But I think the connections what you build with everybody is quite insane. And same with Ellie. You know, I looked up to this guy when I first came to our racetrack because I was a kid who raced karts, and, you know, you go to an event and you see a guy with a Red Bull helmet and you're like, oh, that guy must be doing something good. So for me, that was kind of the first moment in drifting when I seen Ellie and Joe. I was kind of, you know, had to step back and being like, damn, I wouldn't mind being a Red Bull athlete one day in this sport, and it's cool how far it progresses. So yeah, it's great moments for sure.
As well as a couple of hours.
Yes, first time was actually in Ireland. There was a national event on the docks.
Oh yeah, I didn't even know that.
Yes, I was there. You and your brother were driving, Jack as well.
Yeah.
And I saw those guys going towards walls, like with no hesitation, no nothing. Like they were no fear, nothing. And they were driving like hell. And I was like, wow. Because like in more like Central Europe where we were driving, there was like some walls sometimes, but mostly like one wall, a track or something. Most of the tracks didn't have walls, so I was not used to seeing that. In Ireland, it was basically walls all around on the docks, and those guys just hanging it in. And I was like, oh, they are proper. And next time I saw him was Drift Masters 2018. He started the event at the age of 14. He ended the event with the age of 15. And in the middle step of the podium, this was crazy. Like beating James Dean back then in Płock, if I'm not mistaken.
Poland 2018.
This was like crazy and yeah, well deserved. And I knew like there's a bright future ahead.
Would you say, Connor, that was a moment that really put you on the map?
Yeah, 100%. And it's kind of a funny story because I wasn't even supposed to be at that race. You know, I was still supposed to drive at a national championship in Ireland and England. And my dad was still heavily involved in our program back then. And my parents were pushing to get us to that stage, but I guess, you know, to try to get paid from this sport and all what follows. But it was kind of, it was a realization from my parents being like, oh, if you drive a national championship, it's actually going to cost more money than just putting you on the back of the truck, where my brother was going to be driving in Europe. So I went there, and Thursday practice, I kind of just, honestly, I felt like I just became a different driver that weekend. It was kind of crazy, and it was nuts. It was the most insane, I think, night, bar, you know, probably winning a championship. It was definitely the night what kind of was like, wow, I don't even know how to explain this in words. And obviously looked up to James my whole life, and, you know, never at 14, 15 would I even thought that I would have got the chance to battle him, never mind, you know, battle it out in one of the biggest competitions in Europe. So it was definitely the start of, I guess, putting my professional career on a platform.
Connor, I'm going to throw it to you here. I know from being young, like, you have that lack of fear when you're younger. Like, do you think it gave you that push to be able to, like, do you know what, that wall, I'm having it. I'm going in 60, no stress.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, yeah, I kind of noticed that as I'm getting older. I'm trying not to. I'm not that old, but...
Welcome.
Yeah, I'm, like, kind of asking myself those questions. But, you know, I think getting back to the point of, like, the future of the sport is, like, it also comes back to you have more time. You know, when you're a 13, 14-year-old kid, you go to school. And, you know, for me, my life was literally... You know, I guess at the turning point of my career actually was probably COVID, which was like actually a crazy time because I had nothing else to do. You know, I wasn't, you know, working from home. I wasn't doing anything. So I literally sat on my simulator, played until 4 a.m. every night and woke up at 12 o'clock and got back on the simulator. So I guess, you know, it comes back to the you know, the generation now. And even for me, I think, you know, winning biggest championship in Europe last year, and probably the biggest tool, what I would say, of being able to do that is still the simulator. You know, it's laps and laps, and I see the guys coming up now, and it reminds me so much of myself when I was that age, because it also comes back to what you asked about having no fear, no worries. You know, you're just in a car and you're not questioning what's going wrong. And, you know, to see like Manoa in the States, you know, that's like, you're kind of, even for me at 21, being like, holy God, we're struggling right now. You know, like it's cool to see, but, you know, I think, as I said, it comes down to having the time to be able to do that. But for me, it's still one of the biggest training tools is gaming and simulation as much as possible, and I think that's what helps when you get out in the racetrack.
So we're going to jump into the fundamentals of drifting right now. So this is the most succinct explanation of this sport, which sometimes can be quite difficult to explain, but when you see it, it will all make total sense. So there's 4 main criteria. It's your speed, some say faster is better. Your style, this is your wow factor, how much angle you throw in, how aggressive your initiations are. Your line, this is absolutely imperative. When you're on a drift track, your line is the thing that is going to have you sitting on that top spot or not. And then it is your angle. Like, obviously, when you're driving a car at home, you've got somewhere around 35 degrees of angle. We're talking full luck here, guys, almost 90 degrees whilst you're out there on a track. Now, Ellie, it is quite difficult to understand, but once you actually see it, you're like, ah, that is it. That makes total sense.
Yeah, like, I think if you see drifting for the first time, you should, in my eyes, start with the qualification, where there's only one car on track, and then you actually can compare the runs to each other, and you will instantly see, okay, this guy really filled the full outer zone in the first turn, so both wheels were in the zone all the way around, the other one maybe...
This fucking shit, it's very time. Everything's perfect. Too bad. Taking out of the face. I'm just going through tunnel now. Looking fine, so. Everything you're not going through tunnel. Your engine. I can hear you going through tunnel. On. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. I can hear your engine sound echoing. Yeah. I'm like, shit, I'm ages behind. That's why I said I'm just going through now. Yeah. Oh, that boy can't go through. Not mine, no. Yeah. Yeah. Got other people checking this out. Oh. Yeah.
All right, let's keep talking.
Where there's only one car on track, and then you actually can compare the runs to each other, and you will instantly see, okay, this guy really filled the full outer zone in the first turn, so he both wheels were in the zone all the way around. The other one maybe fell off halfway and stuff like that. So, and even like just a single car on track all of a sudden gets really exciting, because then you see, okay, all the guys have really a hard time to approach whatever outer zone 5 very early on the wall, because they come so fast in and they just allowed to break down after the transition and stuff like that. And those little things, they make drifting so special. And like, as I said, like if you watch like 4 or 5 runs, you already will pick up where are the important points and pieces. And then obviously the fun starts when the battles go on. So yeah, this is even more spectacular.
Kind of, don't you just love being asked that question?
And
you get asked that question, and everyone's like, "What is drifting?" And then everybody has their very own explanation. So I want to hear yours real quick. Elevator pitch. What is drifting, Connor?
I think to explain it, it's like you're in a battle, what you're trying to be the wildest driver ever, but to win you need to be the most calculated driver. So it's like you're fighting against each other the whole time. So, you know, I think if you have been interested in drifting and you fully don't understand it, I think it's for sure worth taking the time to like fully look into it, because as a person who watches drifting, if you understand that, it's way more enjoyable and it gives you a way better understanding of like, okay, that guy is doing something pretty impressive, or that guy is just sliding a car, you know. And I think the golden question, what for me, when my friends are always making jokes when like it's 3 pedals and a steering wheel and a handbrake and it can't be that hard, you know. And it's like, I laugh because, you know, it's actually a good point, because it's a good conversation. You know, in my opinion, sliding a car isn't the hardest thing to do in the world, but sliding a car at 100 mile an hour with, you know, millimeters between the door of trusting him and when he's going to brake, being able to...
GT on this month, I think it was. Interesting. Are you? Wait for you and for me. And then virus thing. He's stopping me. Yeah, really. That's what rabbits do. Yeah, you fucking still don't you. PC card for extra. Yeah.
The podcast is back on. Our guest still has plenty of things to... Let's get back to Motorfest, the podcast.
Point, because it's a good conversation. You know, in my opinion, sliding a car isn't the hardest thing to do in the world, but sliding a car at 100 mile an hour with, you know, millimeters between a door, of trusting him and when he's going to brake, being able to read him, you know, you're doing stuff what reaction times needs to be absolutely insanely good. You're doing stuff you need to understand where grip is. You're feeling all different things, but you're going sideways. So, you know, a racing car driver will look and be like, oh, you've never felt what grip is in your life. And you're kind of like, okay, read 3 mile an hour at 100 mile an hour when you're a millimeter away from a door and see if you can not hit him.
So let's sort of talk about how your choice of vehicle reflects your personality. I mean, I've got a quote here from you, Ellie, actually.
Oh.
From brand new Lamborghini to old 190 Mercedes-Benz with Toyota Supra engines and Mazda MX-5 convertibles, if you can build it and it performs, make it yours and go. Can you tell us more about what it means to make it yours?
Yeah, like in drifting, I think this is one of the beauties, I would say, of the sport. There's not like a place where you go and just buy a drift car and it's finished and you just jump in and drive. Like it's very rare. Like I would say 95% of the teams here developed and built their car themselves. And so you can, while doing so, you can bring your personality into the build. Like some guys want to like drive maximum angle all the time. The other ones want to be super fast. The next one, I don't know, like something different. And this is the thing, like also engine wise. Some guys like turbo straight six. You have a SR20 4-banger. The other ones want big V8s, natural aspirated, or with big turbos or something like that. And this is like where you really as a whole team, you can create your own character, not only for you personally, but also translate it in your car, in your livery, in how you approach the events and everything. And this is, in my eyes, very interesting, because like if you look at like older motorsports, it's clear you want to have the fastest lap time, and there are so many approaches, and everybody or any team knows how to approach it.
So let's talk about your car that you've got here this weekend. Can you describe it for me? Like, what does it look like? What does it sound like? What's unique about this one?
So there are many things unique about this car. It's a BMW F22 2 Series. It's actually the first ever built F22 Eurofighter from HGK. Cool. There was this iconic video like 7 years ago. Like I watched it 100 times, full carbon Kevlar body kit. Just looking stunning. And actually what we took is basically the chassis, and we put our drivetrain in the S58 engine from the M4. We developed it further, and now it has even more power, more response, and it's in a very small, light, nimble chassis. So this is very unique to me, to have a car that is really just like competition.
That's going to be so much fun. And just to explain to you guys at home, carbon Kevlar, I feel like, is the hero product of drifting. Because this, if you hit a wall, if you happen to make some contact with another competitor, this material just folds in and then pops back out again, which is so helpful during drifting, isn't it, Ellie?
Exactly. Because we are, especially here, for example, we run walls all around, and you will hit them at some point. And if you have something that just smashes to pieces, it's just gone after the first lap, and the carbon Kevlar is, as you said, the hero.
Connor, your car, you've obviously had S15, you've had 180 back in the day, and then you switched into the GT86, which is the same as your brother's. Tell people about your car.
Yeah, mine is a GT86 chassis. I've been running this car for 4 seasons now. I would describe this car as, like, in my opinion, the most simplified kind of way of trying to achieve a car what can win events, is in like there's nothing over engineered. It's kind of a structure what's kind of worked for a long time. Toyota 2JZ, 1000 brake horsepower, sequential gearbox, everything what's lived up to make 1000 brake horsepower, you also can't break it, so it has to have everything what is incredibly strong. And as Ellie touched on, we're trying to keep our cars as light as possible. I would say that I probably have one of the lightest cars on the chassis or on the grid, so that's the achievement we're building the car. So it's small, nimble, can do, you know, cool things. And there's some people love the chassis, some people hate the chassis. Me personally, I love it. It's took a long time to get it to where we need it to be, but if I was to describe it, I would just say it's like a mini rocket, and it's does a good job, and I enjoy driving it.
We've got to put it out there. Do you think 1,000 horsepower is now the benchmark power figure that you need in drifting?
I would say on a high level, yes.
Yeah, it's crazy right now. Like, it doesn't really make much sense, but yeah, it is 1,000 brake car. I remember the first year I drove in Drift Masters in 2018, I had a good 600 brake horsepower. Like,
same here.
That's with a good dyno sheet, like with a little bit of tire, you know, slip on the dyno. Yeah, I made 600 brake horsepower, and it's like now you're like, if you turn up with 600 brake horsepower, you may as well just go home. You spent all your money to come here, and you may as well just sit in the grandstand with your car sitting pretty in the pits. So.
But it's crazy. Like, also, I started Drift Masters with 620 natural aspirated horsepower, and in Riga I was clutch kicking in 5th gear.
Yeah, I remember the same. I was the same as well. Yeah.
Like, coming around the turn.
Yeah, there's nothing left. Yeah, it's cool to see that the sport is progressing, but I think, yeah, I'm excited to see where it goes in the next 5 years, I guess.
Yeah, because that leads me into my next question, which was, how have your needs evolved over time? And obviously, at the very core of it, power has just increased, grip has increased, and like with that, you have to develop all of the drivetrain, because if you've got more power and more grip, it means there's more stress going through the car, which means more breakages. Like, Ellie, how was that manifested with your build?
It seems like you have some experience with that, huh?
Well, that's why I had to change the back end of my car, because I was like, as the power increased, I remember clutch kicking it one day. I was like, I have no drive. And that happened maybe 2 or 3 times. And then
No, let's do that, innit? Let's do it.
The podcast is back on. Our guest still has plenty of things to...
I've never seen anybody do that. Well, now you have, so I feel you.
Well, like it's a constant game of improving like the builds. But yeah, Connor already mentioned like the recipe that you need nowadays is like around 1,000 horsepower. Sequential gearbox that can actually handle that power. Yeah, we run the Samsonas and we are quite happy with that. A big and strong prop shaft, a big differential.